Let's ride. I don't know. Should say something when you start. We'll have to figure that out, I suppose. Welcome to today's prop stream. I am Pixel and I am soon, like right now, in the camera. I'm on your screen if you're looking. Hi. So today we are making Cyclops from X-Men's visor in the yellow classic comic style, like 90s somewhere. Yeah, by doing the patterns and doing everything. Hey, avocado! I just look staring there. It's like because the chat is there. I should go like, "Hi, avocado." I need to make a stand next to my screen for my chat. How are you doing? Nice to see you. I'm guessing it's good morning. Good morning to you, where you are. Here we are at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, having a cup of tea and planning for the day. Here says, oh, it's 5 a.m. Haven't you gone to sleep yet? Have you been up all night? You're an adult, so you can do that if you want to. It's okay. Man, yeah, 5 a.m. Oh. Yeah, all night again. I see. Yeah, I know how that can go. Well, I hope we can keep you company a while until you fall asleep, if that's your plan, I guess. So yeah, Cyclops. If you exclamation mark Cyclops in the chat, will give you a link to the Pinterest board with some pictures. You see what I'm gonna work toward if you are curious. And I'm just gonna open up one of those images myself on my screen here actually. But I'll still see chat, so that's good. And hopefully the alerts work so I can hear when things happen, because I can't see that right now, because yeah, it's really weird looking into the camera now because I can't see myself on the camera. Yeah, whatever. Yes, Cyclops. Yes, we're gonna put LEDs and everything in it. It's gonna be super awesome. But first we need to make patterns, because I don't have any patterns for this. I thought I'd just do everything on stream because that's so much cooler. Let me just... Oh yeah, as long as I'm basically on this, it will be visible. Alright, that's good to know. So yeah, tape measure basically, because if you look at the pictures, it's, yeah, goggles, and there's like these round bits that goes over his ears. So my plan is to make something, I don't know what this part is called in English, but this for glasses, so you can put on the visor directly on your face. And there's a bit of heat shaping and sanding, yeah. But first of all, we're gonna have to figure out how. Basically, we're gonna have to figure out the distance between our ears across our face, like so, and that just gives me about 28. Yeah, maybe a bit shorter even. It's about 27. Glasses back on. Let's make a quickly head sketch. So we can do some 27 centimeters around that way. Yeah, afternoon. It's 2 p.m. here. Oh, hello, Starving Creativity. Welcome in. I almost missed you there. And Bone Shooter. I'm missing everybody. Come on. The new lighting. Yeah, you know what I did? I just didn't turn on the 2 lights above me. I don't know if you can actually see that on. Oh, let me have a look. Yeah, you can see the armature up here. That's not on. So there's more focus on the light here. helped a lot with the camera, so that's a good resolution. Did I miss anybody else? No, I did not. That's good. Oh yeah. Yeah, and exclamation mark Cyclops will give you a link to the Pinterest board where I have some pictures that I am going to use as reference. Mostly the two last pictures, and these pictures are of a statuette from what is it called, sideshow collectible, and that means that there are good pictures of it, so it's a really good reference. I hope you're all okay. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm not used to people dropping in this quick, this early. This is amazing. Thank you so much for brightening my day by dropping by. Alright, so that's 27-ish. But I can also cheat a little bit, because you might have seen me doing some kind of different masks, and I have it's not a Cyclops visor thingy, but it's a of similar design. Oh gosh, I need to, I have to see what I'm doing. It's super bright because it's white and it's not been weathered down yet, but you can see it has these round bits. Sorry for the brightness, but you can see these white bits that are basically covering the ears, just like for Cyclops. So we can use those as our measurement, actually. Another funny story, this used to be yellow. Oh, remember yesterday, you could just have a code shot and it kicked my arse for a, oh yeah, that's the second one can do that day here. I've been working today, spent about 20 hours in bed, medicated and sleeping. Oh. Oh yeah, that sounds like a good thing. I'm glad you're feeling better, Bone. It's nice. All right, so we can measure these. We can measure these because I don't remember how big they are, and they are about 9. So the inside is about 7. So let's make 9, and let's make that 7. And then we'll have to figure out how much around, because I think we can make, because the Cyclops ones are not so square at this corner, but I think we can just sand that down because this foam is pretty thick. So I think we'll start with trying to make one of these for his for the ear and see how that goes. And we'll remove this super shiny white thing. Can you actually, you can't even see the notes up there, still too bright. Let's adjust that a little bit while we are doing this anyway. Let's pull down the light a bit. No, you can't hardly see it anyway. Oh, there we go. There we go. Now you can actually see what I have been drawing as well. Whoa! Amazing! I have not made any highlights on any of my VODs yet. I haven't done anything with my VODs except loading them up to my YouTube. Actually, at this point. Yeah, streaming hours is really tough with the global audience. It's a bit tricky. We might just, I mean, you couldn't come in late. Now I know you haven't slept anything, but if you were sleeping and you wake up at like 7-ish in your time, 7, 8-ish, when you come along, it's about halfway through the stream anyway, because 4 or 5 hours is what I do. Hello, Mitch. Here comes the next person into the chat saying hi. Nice to see you. Hope you're well. Welcome to Foam Factory. Alright, yeah. So I'm not staring at you through the camera, I'm staring at my reference picture, which is on my computer screen. Yeah, let's start by making a circular thingy from a bit of foam and take it from there. Oh, plumbing issues. Ugh. That can be nasty. Now let's have a look at the other picture. Yeah, because there is like an edge there, isn't there? Well, that's good. Let's keep that picture up for a while. No, there's exclamation mark socials. I hope that brings up my YouTube as well. Otherwise, search for Pixel Props on YouTube. Should fix it. I have been selecting. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Thank you for that. That's a good plan actually to add that to the descriptions. A link to the YouTube. But try exclamation mark socials in chat and see if that includes the YouTube. It might, but yeah, I'll add it down in the contacts as well for ease of use. Going to sleep. Oh, thank you. Oh yeah. Sounds good. Have a nice sleep. Have a nice good rest. And wake up all renewed and everything. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, thank you for the bits. Thanks you. And now I also know that my alerts are working today so far. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Pixel, would be okay if I made a character design inspired by by the cat mask. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. Make a cool cyberpunk steampunk cat character. By all means. Cyclops earmuffs. Yeah, that's a word I didn't think I would say ever. But here we are with the Cyclops earmuffs. And now that I don't need the reference up for now, we can go back so I can see OBS. I really need a second screen out here in the end. And build some kind of a system so I can put another screen and the pad on the whole mobile thing so I can move everything around at once. That would be awesome. Yeah, I think it's time to say goodbye to that blade, because even if it was sharpened, it wasn't sharp. So let's get ourselves a new one. From the drawer of cutting and stabbing and stuff. Oh yeah, I have some interesting news as well for my future. I was gonna post this on Instagram today, but I sort of forgot. So I'll say it here, so you guys get a sneaky little preview of future Pixel plans. That is if you're curious, if you want to know. There's the messiness of trying to move oil paints from new content. Oh yeah, yeah. I can understand that. Decanting paints without ending up looking like a clown barf can be a fascinating thing. But yeah, I don't know, are people like curious about future plans and stuff like that? Anybody want to know? Oh god, this is gonna. Okay, that's why it went so weird. I was way off angle there. Well, that's why we have the belt sander, isn't it? That's why we have the. That's why we have the belt sander. Spill the beans! I am spilling all the beans. There's a bean. I don't have any beans, but I can spell beans. Oh yeah, it's probably a good thing to have gloves when you do that. All right. So, um, I have never finished a full cosplay. I just built stuff and then I started stuff and I never. Some things are like long-running projects due to economy and stuff. But now I'm gonna do my first finished cosplay because I sort of decided that I should enter the uh, online World Championship cosplay, which sort of has a send-in date in 70 days, so 2 months or so to fix that. Exciting. This is a very weird hard phone. Oh, this is the other type of phone. So yeah, that's the beans I'm spilling. I am officially gonna enter for my with my first full cosplay as well. Why not? You know, aim big. Go championship. Yay. Yes. Indeed. I'm super hyped as well. I have like the whole thing sort of planned out in my head already. It's a bit scary how my brain goes like, okay, then we can do this, and you can build like this, and you can make a presentation like this, and it's like, okay, brain, Cyclops mask. Cyclops is not my cosplay, by the way. This is just last week somebody said, "Hey, that reminds me," when I made some of the other masks, and somebody said, "Hey, that reminds me of Cyclops from X-Men," and I was like, "That would be so cool to build." I'm gonna have to sand this down on the old belt sander. That means heck a lot of noise. So I'm just making sure I can actually get to the belt sander. I am. Do we get to vote? No. The cosplay championship is online championship is judged by judges, like people that are high enough in the cosplay. There's a panel of judges that votes. I don't know if there's a people's choice, or do you want to vote on what I'm gonna be doing, or because I already have made that up. I had a short list of things, and that has been decided. But I'm gonna mute you before I keep talking about more cosplay things, so you don't get deafened by the awesomeness of the belt sander. Okay, wait a minute. You want to move forward for me for real? Yeah, but that would make it a popularity contest a bit more. So I think some objective judging. I don't. They might have a people's choice. I don't remember. I've read the rules a couple of times now, but yeah. What grid sandpaper? Well, depends on what you're gonna do. That's pretty coarse. I don't remember exactly what grit this is, but that's pretty coarse because I wanted to just shave things off. But if you want to smooth things out, of course you have to go with a lower grit. I usually finish, when I do things by hand, I usually finish with a 240. This isn't perfectly sanded yet, but that's okay, because first, or is that okay? Yeah, it's okay. I am also very lazy, so I am not doing math on my own, but I have a bookmarked circumference calculator. So that should be 28.3 centimeters. So if we make it 30 centimeters, then we can cut it down as we go along. That's good. We need a 30 centimeter bit, which is pretty easy when you have all the scraps in the world, especially when you have these, which are super awesome. They are absolutely fantastic to have around for stuff like this. Now if we look at the reference, these are the outer part is really rounded off, like really. We have a problem here with this, but I think we can fill that with stuff. So yeah, 30 centimeters, do we have that? Yeah. So if we cut that there, and of course, now we're gonna have to figure out how thick this can be, because I don't think it should be that thick. I think it should be actually more that thick. So we could cut it down. Yeah, if we make it just twice as high maybe. So if we cut there, more or less in the middle. Ish. With all the amount of sanding and stuff that we're gonna do, I don't think we need to worry too much. I guess if we cut this exactly in the middle, if we would manage that, we could use both parts. But I have plenty of these leftover bits, so I'm not really too worried. I am not worried about that at all. There we go. And then we can glue this in place around the whole edge, and then we can start to try and figure this out. And we are going to use some contact cement. Use a respirator if you're not in a very well ventilated area like I am, which is a huge room and pretty good ventilation into here. And we're not using too much contact cement at once. We will, however, do our best not hanging over it, but you know. Because if I'm standing over here, I can sort of hint the smell of contact cement, but not much more than that. So yeah, be careful using chemically strong things. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, so in a few weeks time or so, in a way, at least parts of the cosplay will of course be built on stream, because you are required to have lots of VIP pictures and stuff, because they want to see that you do all this stuff, of course, because that's the whole point. You have to make drastic changes to at least 75% of the costume that you enter into the competition. So, and I'm obviously gonna be as much as close to 100% as I can in the actual making of the whole thing. $75. 75. So you can have like if you're not into making guns or no stuff like that, you can make a gun. You can buy a gun basically from, or a weapon from somebody who makes them. And maybe you can add some paint to it to add a little bit of flair of your own flair, but basically most of your things should be made by you, because it's a really weird thing, isn't it, really, cosplay competitions, because it's not a costume builder competition, because you also have to present it like be the character, so to speak. Yeah, and especially at least help me show me how to do some of the stuff, to get some really nice good stitching and stuff on that, on the fabric parts. That would not go amiss. Yeah, so if all of you out there are feeling the urge to compete as well, you can like order always a gun from me if you want to. I like making guns and swords. Just saying, in case of. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. With contact cement, you have to wait until it's not tacky and shiny. Ooh, embroidery stream. Oh yeah, we wanted to stream together, sweetheart. That's a good stream. Building, making some stuff for the cosplay combined stream. Because there's gonna be sculpting. Because oh yeah, I haven't even said that yet. For those who are familiar with the Warhammer Fantasy or Warhammer Age of Sigmar universe, I am building a whole set of armor for a warrior priest. So lots of red fabric, shiny metal, and big hammers basically. And I have a hammer which I'm not going to use because that is nowhere near good enough. But I came to think about that one because it has some casted parts, and I'm gonna leave you to watch my glue dry, and I'll go and get something. And that's the little hammer. There we go. So this skull is actually made of silicone because it's sculpted and then cast in silicone. So I'm gonna remake this. I'm gonna make something like this that looks a lot better. But yeah, a little bit more ornate, a little bit more refined in its look. It's also a very practical hammer because if you turn it upside down, it can actually stand alone on the floor. Yay, not tacky. And then once you put down contact cemented things to each other like this, they get stuck. You can rip them apart if you're quick enough, but I don't recommend it so much. So be careful and try and just bend as you go along. And if I'm holding my hand here so I can keep this part from getting randomly stuck here. It's all about you making the call for what gets stuck where. Then we will cut off a little bit like so before we go on in here. And then we'll cut off a little bit too long, so we can sort of press it down. And here we go. Thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty happy about that as well. Well, if we heat shape this to sit, oh yeah, maybe not with glasses on. Because it's kind of flush against most of my head. So we're gonna sand this down around, and then we're gonna round, because we have this much to work with. So about half this from here. Let's actually mark that out properly. Yeah, I'm thinking about starting streaming even later, than 2 o'clock. I mean, even if people are in the States, I mean, if they work, they can't see my streams if I do later either. Or I'll have to start really early in the morning so people in the United States can watch me in the evening, but then I'll miss out on the European. It's so hard to figure out when you should stream to catch people, but we will work it out. We will make adjustments as we go along. Okay, so let's see. How do you look, Mr. Cyclops? Yeah, because there is like a flat bit there, so basically a lot of this. Maybe we'll have to sand down, and we're gonna have to cut open here if we're gonna have like a metal bit like from the glasses. This part, not these glasses, but we'll take some piece of metal or something. Because I want to basically to be able to take this visor and just slide it on like glasses like that. Because it doesn't have a strap on the back or anything. No, I'm gonna go home and sleep in my bed, thank you. But yes, but no. And I am pretty sure I've been using some ear protection earlier today, but right now, oh yeah, I hung them down there. Yeah. All right. Muting time. So we are getting there, but it's hard to see what I'm doing. So I'm gonna use another little tool, which is actually a favorite of mine when it comes to sanding round shapes, and that is the orbital sander. It's a spinning thingy that shakes. They are commonly used in car restorations to sand down things. But this also makes one heck of a noise, so I'm still gonna mute you. Well, I'm still gonna mute me. You're not muted. You keep on chatting or whatever. Hey there, Picklepuss. How are you? Welcome in, welcome, welcome. How can you resist an X-Men build? Probably can't since you're here. So we're making some earpieces for the visors, and this is gonna be Cyclops visors from like the 90s comic style, the yellow ones. Exclamation mark Cyclops in the chat will give you a link to my Pinterest board where I have some pictures for inspiration. Right, this is super fussy right now because this is a this is like an 80 or 60 grit paper. So this is made to remove things, but it also creates a very smooth shape, if not a smooth surface. So we're gonna see if I'm gonna see if I actually have some finer grit paper for that one, so we can go over this and sand it down, and then we will keep on sanding, I guess, until we're happy, and then we'll make another one, and then we'll make the actual thingy. I really like. What's this? Is this finer? Or is this the same grit? No, that's a bit finer. I had one left. Oh, here we go. Here you go. Let's put this on. I'm gonna mute the sound for a bit again, of course. That is not the smooth surface I'm looking for. So we are going to see if one of these sanding blocks will help out. Otherwise, we'll have to get some sandpapers. 100 grit, maybe. We're gonna we're gonna heat seal this anyway, so most of the fluffiness is gonna go away. And then we're gonna sand down the edges so these are flush. So but yay, Cyclops earmuffs. How about that? So let's stop there. Oh yeah, I need to. Oh, well, actually, we're gonna cut off a bit for the fastening later. So yeah. Right, let's make it rounder. Hi there, buddy. I'm gonna mute now, so I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you in just a moment, once I have sanded this down a bit more. Well, now that's a bit smoother. Not all of it. You can on camera you can really see the difference. So we are getting some. Oh, that's a bit. There we go. Let's try and make it pretty by using some 400 grit paper. So now we're into some sort of a polishing stage here almost. Of course, foam is quite soft. So welcome in, buddy. Oh, it's so weird to call you buddy. Now that you changed your name to Buddy's Minis. Unless you're actually Buddy and you just locked your dad into a closet somewhere. Then it's not as weird anymore. Well, locking your dad in a closet might be weird, but name-wise... Oh yeah. A short tool memorial today as well, because I don't know if I have a new hot air gun. So welcome my new hot air gun to the family, because the other hot air gun decided that it should burn. So this is a switch from the old hot air gun. It's not even movable anymore. You can see there's like a hole through here. That's not supposed to be a hole there. And there's the circuit board it used to be attached to. So the hot air gun literally caught fire. Not even near the heating element, just back in the handle. So unplug that and extinguish that and then go and get a new one. And you know what? You know what this is? This is much more quiet than the other one. This is going to look cool. Yeah, I hope so. I really hope so. A bit of sanding there, but you can see how smooth it ends up anyway. Because yeah, you see it's shiny smooth. And that's because the heat closes all the melts and closes all the pores in the foam. So before painting anything in foam, you should always heat it up a bit, so it doesn't suck up all the paint, because this is a foam. I mean, it doesn't look like a sponge or anything, but yeah. I like the weather today. Smell, that's how you can have the balcony door open to vent out the fumes from the white spirits. Ooh, nice. Yeah, so this is number one. That seems to actually be it's a bit of a gap here behind the ear, but you know, we're also making something from a comic book. So I don't know if we can expect it to be 100% perfect and fitting. Let's make another one, shall we? Because we do have two ears. Well, I do anyway. I don't know about anybody else, but Cyclops has two ears. Yeah, so today's stream is a stream of guesstimation. So we're going to estimate and we're going to guess a lot, because we don't have... If we had a sideshow collectible, we could measure and scale. Right now we're looking at pictures and going like, this seems to be about that. I mean, these are sort of determined of, they have to fit around your ear. And they have to fit around my ears, because my ears are the ears I have to test with. I don't know if Cyclops has extra small ears or anything. But since I want this to be actually wearable, we're gonna have to make some adaptation. Oh, this was made from another phone. It's got a different backing. Cool. Let's see how they look how much different they're gonna look then. But first, we need to pretty this up a little bit, and we need to sand down the back side. So I use my mutant powers of muting. Yay. So I tried to unmute you, and now I have. Yay, I missed the first time. So I've been talking about a couple of minutes for myself. And in my life, that is what I'm usually going to refer to from now on as a TED moment, because I don't know if you know who Evil Ted Smith is. He's been missing the old unmute button a couple of times in the last few weeks on his streams. Yeah. And you're just sitting there watching this and seeing me babbling about, seeing my mouth moving. You don't tell me? Or are you not watching anymore? Have you all left me? That's okay. You might have things to do. Waiting for the glue to dry, glue to dry, glue to dry. Waiting for the glue to dry, dry. And while we are doing that, I rambled on a bit about Fallout and props and stuff. And yeah, so let's start that conversation over again. Um, How is everybody doing today? Are you working on something fun or are you just having a relaxing day? Because I asked that and didn't get any answer because I hadn't unmuted my mic. And then I went on to talk about Fallout and how I'm just waiting for a unsuspecting wastelanders to stumble onto my Etsy shop so they can. Nah, that's fine. That's you're not. You shouldn't be sorry. I should be sorry because I didn't look at. Oh God, it's so dark now. It's so dark. I'm gonna lighten this up a bit. No, that's 100% on me. Forgetting to unmute. Classic. Super duper classic. Let's do a little bit more light so you can see some shine on that thing. There we go. Are the oil paints looking good? Nice. Yeah, so okay, if you don't know who Evil Ted Smith is, look him up. He's a YouTuber. He does stream at the beginning of the week, every other week, I believe, or every week, every other week, I think. I was in his stream hanging out and looking at stuff this Monday and Tuesday. And he's making a lot of things from the game Cyberpunk 2077 because he's totally hooked on playing that right now. And then he said it was hard to make some stuff from there because you had to like look at the things in game and take pictures of them. And then we started talking about Fallout. For those of you who have played Fallout, you know that you can just look at an item in your inventory, you can make it spin and you can look at it and get all the screenshots you need to make props from Fallout. And then I was like, oh, now I want to make Fallout props, but I really don't have the time. And then the day after, I came here and I made this. I know. I had to get the Fallout build thing out of my head. And I thought I'd talk about this while we're waiting for this silly glue to dry. Oh, that's almost dry actually. So yeah, that's maybe somebody else wants to cosplay some Wastelander. I don't know. Maybe somebody collects weird weapons, weapon props. Who knows? I will build what I want to build, and if somebody wants to buy it in the end, that's good. Unless it's something I build for myself that I want to keep. But you know. And the same thing with anything I build on stream that isn't spoken for by me or I'm making it for a client. They are absolutely dibsable if somebody sees something we're making. Sausage! Hi! Sir Pixel! Whoa! I have been knighted by our Australian friend. I am doing fine. It's going super well. Having fun building Cyclops parts for the visor of Cyclops. How are you doing? Is the question I want to hear. So this is gonna have to be, well, fixed up so it looks more like this one. I see it's a bit bent from all the, so these are gonna go. Can make fake headphones. Sir Pixels, I like that. Same time as I don't, because you know nobility and stuff is not really my thing. But thank you. I hope you're very well yourself. Half the world away there, as you are. Ooh, terrain crafting. Yeah, that's what we're doing tomorrow. We're gonna keep terrain crafting, adding some small final details and start with the painting process. And we were just talking about, yeah. I really like how this came out. And I haven't realized how much time they have taken to make the like models in Fallout 4 until I saw this part. I don't know if anybody of you know anything about revolvers. Yeah, more rat burgers. Yep. I have worked a bit on it off stream as well, so we actually have some funny things going on already. But yeah, we're gonna do rat burgers and you know mice sausages and all that stuff. We're gonna do a lot of the small stuff after we painted it because it's gonna be loose until we glue it in. So it's easier to actually just do those things afterwards and glue them in once it's painted. But yeah, this part, I don't know if you know about revolvers, but in this case it's very jagged, small grooves here, and that's basically what you see on revolvers, because they have a little pin usually inside coming out like in here, that keeps the revolver from spinning except when you're pulling the trigger. And they have actually thought about that when they designed the pipe revolver for 4 out 4 and made it like an external mechanism that stops the cylinder from revolving, which I thought was a really neat, cool detail for them to make on something that is not a really good weapon in game, basically. Because really it's a low damage kind of bad weapon, but it's very cool. And rule of cool will always win. But Cyclops doesn't use revolvers because he doesn't need to, because he has some kind of mutated energy thingy going on with his eyes, and he can literally cut houses in half. So why would he need a revolver? Alright, we need to round this out. This actually, yeah, it's pointing out a bit. Yeah, I love when they find stuff like that in a video game. You're like, okay, somebody thought this through. It would be better if they thought through like bugs in the game, maybe, but you know, different departments, I guess, design department and the actual game mechanics department. But that will make the noise, and we will not suffer the noises. Let's hope I remember to unmute the microphone after this then. Yeah, but a rule of cool is a thing. You know, it's a big thing for making things. You can't. I mean, I love to make things as accurate and working as possible, but and use things that might not be the most efficient in games because it's cool. So it's yeah, it's a thing. But all right, you are yeah, same thought waves around the world. Well, we're all made of stardust anyway, so why not? Hello, Mel. I will talk to you in a moment. I'm gonna make some more noise first. Yes, elevator music. Well, maybe something better, but yeah, maybe some kind of music. No, this needs a bit of sanding, I think. And I had some sandpaper that I used, but where did Pixel put the sandpaper? You have this tiny little workspace where you're standing right now, Pixel, and you still manage to misplace sandpaper. Welcome in, Mel. I hope you are well. Are you off work now, or are you actually just lurking and working a bit? Is that what we're seeing here? Oh, I dropped it. It went down on the floor at some point. No, that was foam. Are you serious? Okay. It was a dark sandpaper, so it was hidden. Same-ish. Same-ish. Yeah, we could definitely make some fake headphones. You came to relax here a bit. Nice. Welcome to the relaxing noises stream of Scatterbrains. I don't know how this is gonna work out for you, but you know. I'll put the sandpaper there, Pixel, so you can see it. Okay. Alright, then we should make just make the rest of the parts now. That sounds good. So, let's grab some paper. Let's grab some paper. You can still make out a little bit of what I'm going to sketch. That's good. Looking at our reference pictures here. Because if we have the round things that we just made, they also need some kind of a, they're gonna have like a line, a bit of a weird pattern there, so we might have to cut out a bit and recess it, so no. But anyway, is that, no, it's not quite in the middle. Okay, so that's the middle. So one is there and one is bit more uppity. And then when it comes to like around here somewhere, it seems to be going down a bit because it's gonna go to just above the nose bridge. Okay, so we need to figure out how big this is ish. Hello, Rumble. Welcome in. It's a good place to chill out. I am honored to be your chill out place today. Welcome to the stream where we chill. Chill-a-dill. And then I don't really know how I want to make this front part. I am doing well, thank you. We are making patterns and we're making earmuffs. But they're not earmuffs, of course. They are covers for your ears. That Cyclops, I don't know why he has those. I have no idea what that design feature is supposed to do for him. Okay, so this line is like all the way. So we know that's about 27 to here. So 29. Let's make this 30 centimeters to the other side. Like so. And then somewhere it's gonna go like, and then there's a nose part in the middle somewhere. So how we need this measurement and we want this measurement basically. And if we have him there, I mean, I could open this in Photoshop and measure the circular thing over his ear and then do measure the figure out. But it's about, I'm gonna say, if this is 9, this is gonna be like there and there-ish about. Oh yeah, they're actually rivets. You mean the circular parts on the side? Is it riveted to his head? Is that what you mean? Whoa! New follower, Nikimon07. Welcome. Why would it be a rod through his head? I mean, he's got to stick up his ass, but that's another whole different story. I mean, because he uses his powers and everything without having the visors on, so. But it could be true, you never know. Yeah, thank you, Nikimon, for the follow. Welcome in. We're making some cool Cyclops stuff today. That sounds very true. Well, you are the true sausage, so you should know truth. It's also gonna be quite slim. They were lined with jelly. Now you're in deep water though. Now you're in deep water though. Yeah, so all we have to do now is to do this, and we can see that is about, let's do that 5.5 centimeters then. And then that's not a big stretch. They don't cover his ears. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they cover his ears. If Cyclops has ears, yeah, he has. I've seen him without the visor actually. So yeah, and then how much do we want for the rest then? That's just like another 1.5 centimeters or something. So I'm gonna say 7. And if we pretend you can't swim, well, that explains why you're still in Australia. I guess you can't leave the island because you can't swim. I guess. So, I mean, A4 is 29.5. That's almost 30 centimeters. So let's use a paper, basically. But the thing is, they are also thicker up front because they like go in here. So the question is if I want to put just like this, put something in there and sand it down, or if I want to try and heat shape it that way. Yeah. Plus sharks love sausage meat. That is probably true because sharks likes to eat most things that move in some way or another. Yeah, I mean, his visors have been looking. I mean, if you look at the movies, they're not even yellow and super silly. You know, everybody knows that yellow is cool. I don't know, but that is almost a 30 centimeters. So that's like our top. And I think we're just gonna cut out and shape them a little bit, and then we will sand them as we go along. Yeah, at least it's a big island. I mean, that is true. It's one heck of a big island, that one. Oh yeah, we need another measurement actually. We need this measurement to where it changes size. That's quite important. 5.5, like so. And then since we are in okay. Well, if you got books and some cold drinks at home, and you know, you have a doggy to cuddle up to, so all you need is sunshine basically, because you're already on an island, Mel. So you're like 75% there, just by default, because you have a dog in a refrigerator, and you're in UK. Just saying. Well, it's a smaller island if nothing else. So 29.6, so 29, 28 is 14, so that's 14 and a half. And then we have that 6 which turns into 3, so that's 14.8. That is the middle. 14.8 is the middle. There we go. And then we just need to figure out how far the side is. Everybody's like, hey, you're already on an island. I like that. That starts to change around 9 centimeters. Okay, I can live with that. And I have if this doesn't work, we can always make a new one because I have enough foam for that, and then we can use this for other bits anyway. Never be afraid to experiment a bit. That looks very long to me. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna go with like where the Yeah, probably around here, around 7. Measure, 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 measure. There is that sunshine component though, and that's not really a thing that England is very famous for. I would say rather the opposite actually even. And then we wanted this to be 7. Of course they're not going to be like this sharp. 1.5 is quite a lot if you look at it then. I will change my mind and we will do this 1 centimeter. So we're going to 6.5. And the nose part is not that much up, it's a little bit thick, like that. A lot of complicated round surfaces on this. Yeah, and this is like very, very gently curved into that, maybe even a bit over that, like so. Just ignoring all my own measurements and going for it now. Okay, yeah. The nose bit is a bit up. We could just cut this out actually and like cut the nose. Yeah, Gothenburg is a windy place. And oh yeah, and then we'll have to, yeah, we'll figure out how big the visor want. I wish I had some red plastic now. Uh, we're gonna put some LEDs behind the plastic, so we're gonna or on the sides of the plastic anyway. So we'll see how that works out for us. But yeah, nose part, like I don't know. This I really want to know. I'm gonna make this part bigger because then I can sand it down and then heat shape it and curl it in, because if you look at it, it's curved in this way as well as that. It's curved in every bloody direction, but especially around the under the eyes, it like goes in very much like this. So we'll make it instead of adding and gluing on more materials, we're just gonna give ourselves some extra material from the start and see if that works. I have not done this at all ever before, so like this, so I mean I could have prepped and make some patterns and stuff, but I kind of want to bring everybody along the whole process. I think that's part of the fun. Otherwise I can just make YouTube videos and put them up, you know. I don't want to do that. That's not what I want to do. And of course I'm just folding it down the middle so I don't have to worry about cutting things out symmetrically. Oh yeah. How does that look? Can we see that? Can we see that on the reference pictures? Yeah, it's kind of thin there, so might have to sand some. And then we can just simply, yeah, I need the nose part to be wider. At least for my nose, maybe I have a bigger nose than the Cyclops. Remember that this part is going to be folded in. So it's not going to go as far down as it looks to do now. And okay, let's do a cut out of this one. Sand down the edge back here so it's thinner, and the same along the top, and then start to like heat it and bend it into a bit of a more of the shape, because this needs to go in like this, and this needs to be going in a bit as well. And so yeah, let's find some materials to cut into. Would you look at that? Whoop whoop, as they say. And then of course these are gonna go over like this, so we're gonna have to, so actually yeah, that's gonna work. Worky works. And then we will cut out the slit in there for the vision and for the, I don't know, laser beams. I don't know where's the other on that. His energy eye flash thingies. We're gonna come out of that little slit, and that's where the coolness of the LEDs are gonna come in. Building the actual housing is like one thing, and then we're gonna really cool it up. Oh, that is prepping all the oil paints, eh? Now, I could have rushed out of picture and done this on the bandsaw, but where's the fun in that? And the best way to cut out the middle piece for the nose on any sort of mask like this is to take a pipe of some kind, metal or plastic, doesn't really matter too much, and take yourself something to put underneath it and make yourself a hole. There we go. And then we can just super simply cut that out, and then we can go in with the Dremel to make it pretty. I was gonna do this on the belt sander, but I'm gonna do it with the Dremel, and that means I will want to have a dust mask. So, adventure time! I had a dust mask earlier today, and then I started cleaning, and that was obviously not a good plan. Well, I'll go and get. Oh, there we go. There we go. I found you. I found you, little sneaky one. Because we don't want to fill up our lungs with plastic bits. And we don't want you to go deaf. Things are happening in chat. Oh, did we get a little bot? Yeah. We got a little bot. And I'm in dark mode, so I can't even see what they wrote. Oh. Alright. And also I broke this one, so I'll have to go and get a new one anyway. But that's for later. We are going to start to shape this up. We're gonna sand down this whole part as well, but that's also gonna be bot smashed. Yes, indeed, bot is smashed. Where is my foam anvils? Oh wait, they're behind. They're behind the airbrush booth, isn't it? Yes, they are. Here we go. My little post thingy. That we can heat this up and we can start shaping it, and then sand on it more, and then heat it and shape it and sand it more, and then maybe just, you know, change it out because we didn't like it. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. That's the fun part. But I'm going to Hobbit soon. Oh, I don't think they have any foam, but so I don't think I need anything that I need. No, I did not see your message about that. How did you get? How did you try and deliver that message to me? Because it's not on Messenger, right? There is a shop here that is called Färg och Hobby, which means color or paint and hobby. They sell paint and hobby stuff, among other things. But hobby also sounds like hobbit, so in our own little language of speakings we are calling it Färg och Hobbit-hörnan. Oh, there is chat. No, I didn't. What did you... Oh, no, sorry, I didn't. I missed that totally. Oh, this is squeezing my nose a bit. But I think this could be working. I'm gonna do this sort of sanding all the way here and here, because the top part is also gonna be rounded. So we'll do all that rounding with the heat forming here, basically. And I mean, this is just a bit of sanding to get done. But yeah, you guys are going on mute again. There we go. All right, let's get these warm. How did you not know? Need to sand this a bit more, I think. It's a bit thick still. Let's go over to the big sander where it has a good exhaust so I don't have to wear a mask. And then we need to heat this up as much as possible, and then we have to basically squeeze it round and round in all directions at the same time without it losing its shape. So that's going to be fun. There's the camera. So if we put this over here, because the good thing about this is this little support that you have here, you can, and it can just stand there, and I can just turn it on, and I can go like. Use both hands. Oh yeah, thinner is something that I would need too, I guess. And the reason why I want to do it, maybe I should just sand this down, so it's remove all this, it's very thin, all of it, would be easier. The reason why I'm doing it like this, because I could just sand this down like I've done the backside, because I want this to be one like continuously smooth surface, which is going to be a lot easier if we do it like this. But it's sort of getting there. You see, we're starting to get some roundness. So yeah, Let's put back these on and mute you out a bit. So yay, I'm getting oil colors. Woo! Okay. If I had thinner foam, I would have used it from the start, of course, but I have floor mats right now, so that's what we're using. I am super excited. I want to try them oil paints. Gotta stream that. Oh, maybe. Maybe. You have to. I want to see. I have no idea what you just wrote there, because it's super dark. So these complex curves are kind of kicking my butt a bit. I mean, it's gonna work in the end, but it's a lot of trying to keep all the curves at the same time is a bit of a mess. And I'm making it really, really tight. I'm trying to make it as tight as possible because it's not going to exert any amount of pressure really, but I want it to. Oh yeah, this is where I should be, like that, right? Because I want it to be very snug to the face. Well, except for the fact that we need to cut that in. Yeah, we're getting there. We are getting there for a base shape of these visors. Anyway, and they're gonna need to flatten out a bit on the front and more on the sides. Yeah. Alright, let's sand this up a bit because I'm just going to use the Dremel to fix that, and then we will. Yeah, there's not. We're getting there. We are slowly making our way. It should be flatter in the front, but I guess we'll have to adjust ourselves a little bit to that. Yeah, this is what I was looking for. Yay, I can absolutely not see, but they're very snug. I like that. I can make out a little bit. Are they a bit tall up here, maybe? Maybe just need to round them up a bit more. It's gonna look very different once we get the eye slit cut. Yeah, they fit really good actually. I mean, they literally get stuck to my head already. Sort of. And then we need to, because the mounts on the reference has, yeah, it has like a curved line here somewhere. It's basically the only thing that it has. pattern of any kind. This is gonna go like there. This needs to be smoothed down. This one at least needs to be smoothed down quite a lot. Thank you. Yeah, it's not turning out too shabby already. Of course, then I want to get leads in this, so that's gonna be the whole. That's gonna be a whole nother beast to tackle. Okay, so we need to that didn't work out. They are very much too long. But that's good. We're gonna tape these in place, I think. Oh yeah, there's gonna be LEDs that, so when you push the button on the side, there's gonna be a little thingy. Lurk and get dressed sounds like a plan. I mean, it's Cyclops. We need a red leather too. That's just how it is. Just gonna use some masking tape to mock mount everything, basically. So we will start here on this side. Because then we can get sort of an estimate anyway where we want it. And since it's masking tape, it shouldn't really do too much to the surface of our foam, so we can use it freely. Because then we can mark out where we want to cut on the actual visor. Yeah. And I mean, we have to adapt them so they fit a human in real life. That's always the funny with, well, technically this is a cosplay item, I guess, so that's the funny thing. I want to also make these a bit rounder, I think. They look very much bigger than his does on the figure, but that's a statuette, that's a comic book statuette, so I guess we'll have to take that in consideration for our build. We want them at the same height, give or take. Give or take. Might need to do some work on them up there as well. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, they're not gonna, yeah, These are not going to stick out this much, of course, because these are taped on the inside now. They're going to go flush with this side. But I think we can, if I can manage to find my ballpoint. Mark that out. On both sides, and I will see if they sort of match up. We'll go from there. Get rid of the masking tape. This is a bit more forward than this one, so we will use this. We'll use we'll cut this side out, and then we'll use that as a template for the other side, I think, because we can always cut out more, but it's really hard to get things back together again without gluing and sanding and a whole lot of work. Yeah, you can see how much difference that ended up being. We'll see if this works out or not. We might have to cut away more on this side. For some reason, my head is apparently not designed to be symmetrical, which is kind of rude of the designer. And then this will be contact cemented in place. I think we can, well, we can sand this while it's together. I just want to get it together now and see how it's going to turn out, and then we can heat up this edge, and we can fold that in a bit more, so this is more flush. And then I think we're getting close to having something Cyclops like anyway. But yeah, I don't have the same squareness of head that he does, so I don't think. Yeah. And then we'll have to figure out how to get in this part from that we're just going to make from some metal threads, so we can attach them like glasses, so they hang off your ears. Because this literally has no, this is EVA foam. This, I don't know, 20 grams? Does it weigh 20 grams? Do you think that this weighs 20 grams? I'm curious now. I also know where my scales are, so. Nope, they weigh 8 or 9 grams. That's what they weigh. So not even that. So it's just like, if we make them a little bit lighter, they might start to hover. Yeah, symmetry isn't natural. Nothing is really humans. Well, living beings aren't very symmetrical for the most part. This is a known truth. Oh yeah, we should also make some marks on these, so we know where about to put down the glue. So we don't put glue in any unnecessary places. Yeah, symmetry isn't a necessity for life, basically, so evolution we have never really. Yay, you found your trousers. Yeah, no, nothing is very few things. Well, I don't think anything is 100% symmetric, and very few things are even close. It's not a trait that is needed for survival, so evolution never bothered. Well, that sounds like evolution is a sentient deciding thing, but it's of course not. Evolution doesn't create symmetry unless it needs to for some reason, or perfection if it needs to. Evolution creates things that work, not that work perfectly. And then also that is why evolution keeps on going and things keep on evolving, because new threats and new problems arise, and living organisms try to survive by adapting to that. I wonder why, if this is, well, they didn't go with the yellow suits for the X-Men movies either, so, but I wonder if his visor design is because this is, making this for human sized isn't necessarily neatly practical. Yeah, that's why I like the streamings, because you get to interact with people and have these sort of interesting discussions and thoughts and learn new thoughts. Well, they're not going to sit very well, and there's a big gap behind the ears. Uh, but otherwise, they stay on. That's pretty impressive. I did not expect this. So once the glue has set properly, I'm gonna heat up this part, I think, and I'm gonna sort of bend it in there so they trying to get these as flush as possible. Oh, you know what we could do? We could heat up this as well, and we could quite possibly round them out a bit more as well. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. All right, we have some solutions. Such solutions. Quality chats and quality solutions. Yeah, I'm liking them more and more, actually. I mean, it's a weird thing for me to do because Cyclops was never my favorite X-Men. I grew up reading X-Men. It was a big part of me, for me growing up. I always liked the X-Men. Uh, I mean, nothing bad against Cyclops maybe, but you know, was never my favorite boy for some reason. I don't know if I ever had a favorite X-Men. I think I liked Wolverine when I was youngest and read this, I guess, because he's, you know, the cool dude. He's the cool dude. Why do I have the cable for the hot air gun going that way though? If the hot air gun is on that side, you might as well plug it in over there. No cables in the way. Another smart solution brought to you by Pixel Props. Don't have cables in unnecessary places. Oops, I did not wait long enough for the glue. I can re-glue you if you go badly. Oh, Simon says make paint play. I know that name from other chats. Welcome, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We are trying to be X-Men. Wolverine was my yeah, it was definitely my favorite as well. Probably because he's he doesn't take shit from anybody, and it's really hard to argue with a person that is semi-immortal thingy with sharp objects. You're most welcome, Simon says. Do I just call you Simon, or how do people? I don't know. All right, yeah. Because it's a very long name. I can say the whole name, I guess. That's not a problem. Simon is perfect. All right, so Simon it is. Yeah, you're welcome for the welcome as well. Oh, there's so much welcoming in here. Yeah, so that's sort of my plan, having this little. So then when you put them on, they're gonna go. And I think this day will fit better once we heat this part up a bit now and round it off. Yeah, and I don't know about you, but I had some issues with people, with bullies in school, and of course you're gonna like hero worship the guy who can't be bullied, who would like just kick everybody's ass. It goes kind of naturally, I would say. All right, let's see if we can heat up this part without ruining too much of our previous work. Yeah, all of a sudden it's like a whole visor thingy. You're just lurking and then you come back and it's like, ta-da, we're done. And the best part is that they actually stay here right now. Oh, I can see over my nose. Oh, yeah, that looks pretty good actually. Just want to bend in the top a little bit more. And then measure out, and then come the nervous part, when we're going to cut out the slit here. That's gonna make it perfect. But we'll put some tape over here and we'll draw out how we want it to look, and then before we cut. But let's try and make these little fluffy ear thingies a little bit rounder. This is EVA foam. And if you're not familiar with that, that's a very common cosplay thingy. Usually comes in, well, you can buy it specifically for making things, but you can also buy floor mats like these puzzle pieced floor mats with the textured side at Biltema for like nothing. So you can do it on the cheaps. I mean, if we're gonna start weighing how much one of those mats cost and figure out how much they cost per gram, we measure just the visor without these. I mean, we might be up to 20 grams now, because this is super light. Let's have a look. Oh, magical scale, let's say it's the, 21 grams. Oh, you can't even see it because it's, here we go. Can you see it now? Yeah, there we go. 21 grams. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, I tell you. Oh, shrew sausage, there's something. Oh god, I'm in dark mode and I can't see. I need to get out of dark mode soon, I think. I can't see what you said. EVA foam. Oh, okay. Yeah, I said EVA foam. Yes, EVA foam. It stands for something vinyl acetate, so it's the plastic. They're commonly used. I should probably have one right on the floor here, where I'm standing, because they're commonly used in this shape, either for like yoga things, like because you can have them on the floor and they're soft, but they're not super soft and fluffy. And have them in front of machines when you're standing up a long time and working, because it's softer to stand on. What is dark mode? You have them, yeah. Standing jobs usually tend to have them if it's decent enough place, at least. Dark mode is when you have your. My chat isn't white; it's got black background because of don't get all the shiny light in your face. And more apps and stuff start to have that. And dark mode, you can have it on web on the web on Twitch as well. You can have dark mode. Good when you're online at a cafe machine for, yeah, exactly. So that's why I'm thinking I should probably have some under here because I'm standing for quite a long time. Twitch is everything dark mode. Dark mode. And the thing is with EVA foam is if you heat it up, you can shape it. And then when it cools down, it keeps the shape. So you can see now how much more, this is much flatter than that one. So, and it's slightly curved. Let me show you in just like a tiny bit like this. It's going to be easier. Because this is flat, right? And if I bend it, it's going to want to sort of bounce back. But if we get something to hold on to this, because I don't want to stick my fingers in there. Because that's my old super brand new awesome heat gun, and this got really damn hot. So barbecue time. Ooh. And then we can just press it around. And you can see how it's smoothed out a bit, but also how it's bent, and it stays like that now. Now it's not a flat surface anymore. So you can yeah, so it's white text on black right now, indeed. This one, oh yeah, this is the most hilarious find. This little thing that I use as a foam anvil. This is, you can see there's some holes here. So this basically usually goes on the top of a pole for like a gate or something. So it's, yeah. You should be able to find this at a hardware store near you, just like a decoration or something to put on the top of a post to protect it a bit. Really, really, really nice to have for foam making. And now this keeps the shape. Number two, what you can do when you're heating EVA foam, and this is the magical part. That's not even cool. Okay. If you've been here before, you know that I dislike flat surfaces. Because it's boring, it's not interesting. Okay. I mean, you can take some bits of foam and you can glue them on, and you can make like panels, but sometimes panels aren't protruding from the surface, right? So what you can do, you take a very sharp knife and you cut yourself. It's a good thing to draw first so you can see what you're doing. But this will get through anyway. Okay. But that pixel, you say, I mean, I've cut into the surface, right? But that you might say pixel, that doesn't look like a panel. No, but look what happens when we heat that. Is that much panel line enough for you? So you can cut out patterns in foam, heat it up, and then it goes, and it happens. Yeah, that would have definitely made your polymer much easier. And I just picked this up. I think I picked this up at the same place where I buy foam, actually, because they sell a lot of stuff. Oh yeah, these people, they sell tape as well. So if you're in Sweden or Norway or something, learn this name, worship this name, and always shop a lot of shit there. They have a lot of cheap and some good tools, and they have materials, they have plumbing stuff, they have boat stuff, you know, they have stuff, and they have these EVA foam mats. So yeah, and that went very quickly. My old heat gun decided to become the hottest hot air gun in the world, and a couple of days ago it literally caught fire in the handle where the switch is, well, was. This is what's left of the switch. There's now a hole through it, and yeah, this is the circuit board where the switch used to be. That's burnt through. So yeah, that's burned up. But that was a cheap one. It's from Biltema. It has been working for 5 years, so I'm not gonna complain about it. And then I was like, I need to go to Biltema and buy a new one. And then I realized we have another building, another chain here in the city where I live, because we don't have a Biltema. And they only had the Black & Decker, and it wasn't that expensive. I mean, it's a hot air gun, so I guess even if it's a branded one, it doesn't cost you that much. And this is a lot warm. I don't remember how warm the Biltema one was. I can look, however, because I have, since I'm a maker of stuff, I of course don't throw things away. Here's the old here's the empty hot air gun, the old one. I mean, doesn't this scream like rifle to you? Put some piping and stuff on, and I don't know what. Oh, actually, this gets to higher, it says. 2000 watts. I don't know what temperature this is working on, though. It doesn't even say on the side. It doesn't really have to, because, oh my god, this heats up. And it heats up so much faster than this. So, next time I'm gonna buy a new one, I'm gonna keep to this instead of this. Sorry, Lord and Savior Biltema. I will not be buying this again unless I'm really, because this is like, I don't know, 100 crowns more. So whatever. That's worth it. And Mitch is saying something, and I can't. Yeah, it's a nice gun thing on its own, and just add more stuff to it. You can do lots of fun stuff. All right, we have heated and shaped this side. Let's do the same thing to the other side. There we go. Make sure we don't heat up too much here, so it bends away from where we want it. Man, I'm starting to feel like a superhero here. Kind of want to sand this down so it's a bit smoother. And then, of course, there is, if we look at the reference pictures, there is these patterns there, and then we have the pattern that's supposed to go here. So we're gonna have to check that out a bit. No, that's pretty good enough otherwise. But yeah, so depending on which picture you look at. So I think I'm gonna do the easy way. I'm gonna take my circle cutter, I'm gonna cut out a hole here, I'm gonna push it in a little bit, and then I'm gonna glue it in, and we'll get that sort of thing going there. We can do that afterwards. I actually kind of wanna get some eye slits in there. It's about in the middle, it seems like. So let's more lurky lurks. Yeah, they might be done when you come back now, Rumble. You never know. Probably goes well with egg and bacon. Well, yeah, it's eggs and bacon. And then it's gonna stop like out there. Let's make these a little longer. Just so we can draw on here and have a look if we like what we see. Yeah, for the mostly my little my mod and the partner there, Studio Antea, is not a fan of eggs, but she does love her bacon, so you know, there is that. There is that. Let's sketch out the middle. So we can go from there. Oh, there we go. There's my tape measure. Looking at the reference. Actually, I can. Yeah, I definitely need to bend it in a bit more up here, I think. So it's gonna be like out here somewhere, I guess. So let's go with 5, so that's 10. That's a bit little, so let's go 12. Is that good? Well, you know what? We can always make a bit of a drawing on this tape. Let's see what's going on. See if that's looks good. And then we will measure this. It's about 4 centimeters, so the middle is there, and it's quite narrow, so I'm not gonna say it's 2, but it's not 1. Where is it? Like, no, that is too small up above there. So let's go for like 6, 7-ish down. 6, 7-ish up. I want it further down than the middle, actually. That's the distance there. Basically, it's pretty fun to do this like this, because the only thing I had to go on was I had already prepared, so I had looked a little bit at the reference material. I sort of thought through the process of how I would want to do this. But then you're literally watching me making this up as I go along. Hello, Diabolical Props. I am awesome, thank you. How are you? Are you okay? Are you doing well? So that's 1.5. Nice of you to drop by. Say hi. We're doing some fabrication of these little visors for this Cyclops thingy dude. And then we'll do the rounding from there, maybe. Is that too far out? These are not as flat as his are. Surrounded by snow and cold. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, they're coming along pretty good, actually. I'm almost, not quite, but I'm almost surprised as how well it has been working out so far. I haven't had to remake anything anyway. Yeah, snow and cold, I know about that. It's the whole world outside is white right now. we like that. I should, you know what, we should make them like this. And then if we don't like that, we can always expand. It's always easier, as I said, it's always easier to make it bigger. It's really impossible without a lot of seams and gluing and stuff to make it big the other way. So let's cut that out. Yeah. Let's do a cutting on that. Wait, is that okay? I have to check this. So that's 1/6. Where is 1/6? Over here. Yeah, they're not very even. Okay, so this. Okay, this is a lot of. There's a lot of scribbling on there. Well, if you write exclamation mark Cyclops in the chat, Mitch, you will get a link to my Pinterest board that I have for my reference material, which I'm looking at right there. And then you can have a look at that. Unless you are familiar with the Cyclops from X-Men, of course, because these are his visors. Well, it's a version of his visors. So it's what he's wearing on his face. So yeah, it's I guess you can call it a mask. Like superhero pose? I don't know. But yeah, and then we're gonna fix that. Okay, new tape. We can do fake headphones as well. Or why can't it be both? So if I tape along the edge, we can use the lines in the tape more or less. Yeah, and then just some paint. So the fabrication part is, we need to cut a hole and we need to make there's like a, I don't know what to call it. There's a little groove around here and the middle part is sunken in a bit. So we're gonna need to want to do that. Of course. Ooh. Yeah. You could use this for a lot of, and just like make any like of your own composition. You know what? Except for the eyes, which I didn't, the ears, because I just 9 centimeter circles with a piece glued into. Otherwise, oh gosh, I have my reference picture up. There we go. So if anybody, at some point I'm gonna take my patterns and I'm gonna digitalize them and stuff that I make. But for now, if anybody wants the actual pattern and you have access to like any, well, there are free softwares. If you want to just press print screen on your computer and save a screenshot. Every square here is 1 centimeter, so you have a easy reference. So I'll just leave that on there in case somebody wants to take a picture and have a go at something with the actual pattern that we have been using. Of course, we have sanded away parts once we have cut it out and everything, but yeah, that's the base. That's the base pattern. That we designed earlier. We started the stream by designing that pattern. So I have no prep on this at all, except I knew what I was gonna make, and you know, I have thought about how I would go about it, and I found some good reference pictures, but otherwise there's no prep on this, because I wanted to do everything on stream so people can see that it's not impossible to do. Might need some practice on like how to shape and work with foam and stuff like that for some people, but otherwise it's pretty easy. The VOD from the stream will also be available on my YouTube from like tomorrow or something when I can upload it from Twitch. Okay, so we'll start a center. That's so we will start 3 centimeters down, and then I want it to be just that. Oh yeah, actually that's what's going to decide a lot. Where are my eyes? My eyes are, if I poke my eye here, yeah, my eyes are super low. How how are you built? I mean, I know you're a mutant, Cyclops, but damn, how are you built, man? He's a really long face, actually. The more I look at it, the weirder it looks. Bayonetta's guns. Yes, yes, yes. If you run into any trouble, as always, Mitch, feel free to shoot me a message on Discord. Do not be shy to ask if you think you're stuck on something or whatever. Just so you know, I have no doubt that you can do it, but yeah, if you want to, yeah, because his eyes are like up here. What the hell? Because the middle of the eyes is generally like here somewhere. This is gonna be really weird. Am I missing something? Are they like sitting more on his nose, resting there? This is what you get from working from cartoons, Pixel. Yeah, she does have 4 guns. Oh my. Because I have to have it like up here above the nose, obviously. So we'll go a bit closer to the nose then. I understand that. Thank you for hanging around, as always, for interesting conversations and generally good company, my friend. Sleep well. So we'll use this as a reference line because they are slightly parallel to the yeah. I'm starting to understand more and more why they redesigned his visors completely for the movies. Yeah, because now we have to problem solve the whole freaking way here, how this is gonna be. I might be able to see out of them then when I look like that. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is going to be a live action adaptation of the comic book version then, which, you know, is not so surprising, but still. And I hadn't even thought about that ever. I have to look at some old comic strip parts of a comic later to see how they look there, because now I want to know. Because when he takes off his when he doesn't have his visors on, I think that's too big, so I'm gonna do even smaller. Yeah, and then we'll go from there, I think. And I think I'm just gonna cut straight through the tape and everything. For context, you're making the first version of Bayonetta, alright? Are you modeling the guns yourself, or have you found them somewhere? Oh, that's a bit off. Because I can't imagine there isn't some Bayonetta guns out there somewhere. Don't they have... well, actually from the first one. Which I've played one Bayonetta game and I don't remember which one it was actually. So I can't... I think it must have been a sequel game because they referred to things that happened before. But I'm not sure. Super scary. It's a lot of work so far. I mean, reproducing this, doing it again, would of course be easier because I don't have to figure things out in the same way. But still, if we cut something wrong now, it doesn't turn out well. This is gonna be a lot of work for nothing. Then we will rip it apart and paint it as a diorama and call it the death of Cyclops. And it's all of a sudden it's an art installation. So that solves everything. Loses so much stability from that. Alright, let's remove the tape to see how it actually looks. And then we'll take the Dremel and we'll round off the corners and smooth things out, of course. So it doesn't look so weird and square and cut with a knife. Let's see how it fits with eyes. Well, actually that ended up pretty good with my eyes. They're in the top part of my eyes, but since we're gonna put some glass over there, kind of want to heat them up a bit and then hold them onto my face like this when they're not too hot, so they would stay like this. Because if I do this, they fit really well. Could have been worse. Just getting some Dremel, please. A small sanding drum. And then we are muting so we don't explode people's ears. And we're also changing the sandpaper on that one because that was very coarse. go. Yeah, let's mute you again. Oh, I didn't mute. I hope you didn't get destroyed. But I thought I had it muted. Sorry for the drumming noises. I hope is that allowed? Oh, it might be annoying, but it wasn't super loud, I guess. Phew! Second time today I do the wrong sound. Once I forgot to unmute, so I just was rambling to people when they couldn't listen. And then of course. Alright, this one is not so loud, however, which is nice. You want it too loud, okay. Have to be really careful with this now so we don't deform this little window. It's gonna be a bit more stable once we put some plastic bits in here, like for the visor. I think it might have been a bit big, but then again it's also that's gonna work out pretty well, I think. Oh yeah, we need to make the there's supposed to be a there's supposed to be a line there on each side. So let's do those. And they are pretty symmetrical, so we can just really follow this. Oh, they go the other way, yeah. So they go. You know what? I'm gonna use some extra tape, and we are going to fill this whole area up with tape, and then we can just reverse it on the other side to get it, like put it on backwards, and we'll get it pretty much in the same place. Instead of having to try and measure things, we can just make the quick tape template of this, and we can just remove this. That's good it wasn't too loud, because then nobody has run away in horror, hopefully, and also I can actually use the Dremel without having to mute if I need to, want to, or whatever. This small scoring there of the surface, and well, we have seen what happens when you do this. That opens up. Oh, this side still had some tape on it. Well, there's that fixed. That's a quick one. Oh yeah, the ear thingies. If she was near and it would have been too loud, I'm pretty sure we would know by now. Now I could just cut this and score this, I guess, but they do look a little sunken in some of the pictures anyway. But then again, we also don't have to bother about that. We can just do it like that. There's a hole there. I'm gonna fill it with some latex or something later. Since it's not an actual, oh, that's a bit of a scratch there. Since it's not an actual super copy like that, we can take some freedoms with this. No, I guess she is. No, she was going to, I don't know if she said anything about it, but she was going to the store with her mother to buy paint and the paint supply thingies and stuff or something. No. The painting part, since they're just one color and pretty shiny, is going to be the easy part for once. I really need to lock in that shape now. So I was thinking, yeah, she'll pop back up eventually. She will pop back up eventually. No, I was gonna see if my high pigmented resin colors will air dry and stain plastic, basically. We have some of this, the plastic I'm gonna use for the visor here, so we can experiment. Are those paints? Oh wait, wait. Yellow. Don't we have any red? But it's still a good experiment. So let's do that as well. This is alcohol-based paint for leather. I just want to see if it like tints plastic at all. So I'll leave that on there. I know it's not red, but I'll leave that on and see if it dries on there and gets rubbed off or whatever. And I will. Oh yes, those paints are in the room that doesn't ever get cold. I'll be right back. No, no, no. Okay, little paints, where art thou? Have I given you more of the other paints? Kaboom. It's just me keeping everything down. It's okay. I'm probably still alive. Oh, and they are right in front of me. Silly little pixel. They were right in front of you. Hey Archie. Sorry for being away when you drop in like that. So, flesh, white, green. Woo! Catalini Cosplay, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. How are you on this, well, for me, snowy day? It's hard to greet people sometimes. Okay, so this is like, oh, this has been used. I didn't think this was opened. Let's thread carefully around this, because this is super pigmented and will stain like everything, I think. So does this easily rub off? Oh, you can actually slightly tint. Not much, but you can slightly tint with that paint. Let's take a little spatula thingy. It's very creamy. Oh, if this could be brushed out like this, and it would actually work to stain this. I don't think it will, but if it does, look at that. Oh, well, it looks very black for you, I guess. We'll see if this eats into the paint at all. It's very thick though, so it's probably not good for this. So we'll have to go with a non-red visor for now, and then we'll have to get some sort of like film to just waking up. All right, well, good morning then, I suppose. I mean, you might be waking up in the afternoon, I guess, so I don't know, but anyway, you're very welcome to wake up hanging out with us if you want to. Alright, so yeah, Cyclops visor. Exclamation mark Cyclops in the chat if you want to see my Pinterest board with the reference material. This needs to be bent in more. There we go. It's a bit better. I'm not happy with this. I would like to smooth it down and sand it down on the backside, but not right now because it's super thin. How deep? These visors aren't set very deep, are they? No. The actual visor, the plastic, well, the cover part is So we might have to like cut a slit along the inside here, all the way around, and like wiggle a bit of plastic in there. Could be interesting. Do we have a bit of plastic up here that's long enough? This is definitely long enough. So let's make it a little bit bigger then. And this plastic I'm using is just a PET plastic, so it's very soft. We're gonna easily be able to shape it into the same shape by heating it up a little bit, and hopefully not bend it too much out of shape and stuff. And once this is in here, it's gonna be stabilizing the whole mask as well. Do I have yeah, there we go. A marker. If anybody has any questions about what I'm doing right now, or why I'm doing what I'm doing when I'm doing it, or whatever, or general, you know, foamy, costumey, prop building questions, feel free to ask. I will answer as best as I can. I've been building things from foam for quite a few years now. I build other things as well, so I have a pretty nice little repository of knowledge for the making of things. Just roughly rounding off the corners there. Okay, so let's try and bend this into a decent shape that kind of reminds us of this, and then we'll see about mounting this in place. Now you are here. Welcome back. Mel, she's here now. Mel, wake up, Mel. And then we make a groove inside here, and we like sort of slit this in. It's gonna be interesting as everything else here has been. Let's sharpen this up. I mean, it's a pretty new blade, but let's make it as sharp as possible, and then just carefully stab a bit into the foam and the tricky part might be these corners, but we'll Just go very slowly. Sort of saw a little bit. Nice. Yeah, you heard it anyway, so that's good, right? That's good. Everything's good. No actual heart attacks, just like internet pretend heart attack. I have no idea what that means, but that's a thing now apparently. I just made it a thing. And then we're gonna see. So here is the plan. Okay, here's the plan. Lucky for us, EVA foam is a bit stretchy, and you can stretch it back and forth a little bit. Don't go too crazy though, because you might permanently deform it, and you might rip it even if you're too hard, handling it a bit too hard. Oh, we got a little crack up here. We got ourselves a little crack in the foam from where I have cut it somehow. Well, let's just play nicely now. No, don't slide out. I have to glue this in place somehow as well. Might have to, yeah, might have to cut these grooves a bit deeper in some places, I suppose. Yeah, and to get this glued in place, that's gonna be a super glue or epoxy. So that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be interesting. Yeah, we get this little lip here now. Will I just make not a Cyclops thingy? Yeah, and then we can sand it down a little bit so it evens out a bit. If I weren't really making just like, oh, this is supposed to be something similar to what this guy is wearing, I would probably just leave this ridge because I kind of like it. It gives it a bit of depth. Yeah, and if we can get some kind of a film or something over that, so we can tint it red. So yeah, I think we also need to make this. Oh, it's pretty deep actually. I thought it might be a bit of a issue there. But we can always sand the front, the ridges that pops up in the front there. We can sand those down for sure. Be careful here so we don't cut through to the nose area. Though there is no nose in the way right now, what I know, but still. Oh yeah, yeah, it's a cut here. That's the cut. Ah, we might end up with Cyclops battle damaged. I don't know. We'll see what's going on. I'm gonna go and get some epoxy glue, I think, because super glue will dry just too fast. We'll get a little bit of glue into those little places, just ever so gently, with the help of some toothpicks maybe. This isn't perfectly shaped either, but it's also shaped by hand, so So what we got? Lurk, 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 lurk. Oh, getting your food. Yeah, get food. Get food. Eat. Oh, that's a lot, but I'd rather have a little bit extra than too little in this case. So it's the 2-component epoxy. I don't know the drying time of this epoxy, by the way. Yeah, it might be a bit long if we wanna, because I don't want to stand around waiting that much. So let's put away the wasted epoxy. We're not gonna use things if they're not useful. Doesn't matter if it's a waste. It's the result that we want now. So super glue it is. Lucky I have this super glue, which doesn't dry super fast. So we are going to be smooshing it into all of these crevices. Am I being a fool now? Because this is a lot of messing about to get in place. Even when we have refined everything a bit. Oh, let's move that so we don't. Let's dry fit this once more. See how fast we can get it in place. Well, that went pretty well actually. He said, and then had to redo half of it anyway. Okay. No, it's sticking out there. We're gonna give it a go with some super glue. Oh yeah, I hid the toothpicks I wanted to use under the super glue. That is brilliant. But yeah, and then we can just sand this down, take the Dremel or something and sand these ridges down. And then when we paint this, we'll just have to mask off this so this doesn't turn yellow. Oh yeah, this plastic. No, surf pad, don't die. Thank you. This plastic's supposed to, well, actually the LED lights are gonna come behind here. So yeah, so this is just a, yeah. Will this work then? Yeah, it will. Okay. So we will carefully open up a little bit at a time. So avoid as much as possible to smear any glue out so we don't get any on the actual place where we want to see, which seems to be something I am incapable of doing today. And I'm not gluing in all the places, I'm just putting in points of glue here and there, so it's, because this stabilizes up the whole mask very well, and I kind of want it to stay there. Because making a mask with the visor like this is like exactly like this in this way is brand new to me as well. So you're along the ride for a very interesting experiment. And you're here today. And this is just because what somebody said last week in the stream when I was making the cyberpunk mask, and somebody was like, "That reminds me of Cyclops visor," and I'm like, "I want to make a Cyclops visor now," because sometimes that is exactly how I roll. 100%. Somebody says something and it's like, "Oh, that's a cool plan. I want to do that now." The best part is, of course, within my own workshop and everything, I do have the possibilities. I have the means to do it in many cases. Just pulling at it, tugging at it, seeing if it's getting stuck in there, and I think that's stuck in there. But yeah, I don't like these ridges because that's not the. They're supposed to be curved inwards, so that's the opposite that we have happening now. So let's get a sanding drum in there, and I know it wasn't too loud, somebody said, but I think we're gonna mute anyway so you don't have to bother. Alright. Uh, that's the wrong sanding block. Here's the right sanding block. Trying to smooth out the mess we made. Because now that we have the hard plastic in there, we're gonna have to be a bit careful. A bit careful when we're using the heat gun so we don't deform that part. trying to get these sort of same texture over the whole surface, so that when we paint it, it won't look too different. But that might be something we'll have to live with. Oh yes, Kastler and Flesk. Yep. Kastler is it's a German thing, but it's yeah, and there is an English sort of version that is basically the same that I do not remember the name of. This is just 400 grit sandpaper. Yeah, there's a bit of, oh god, it's gonna come. Why do you do this? Why you do this, Cyclops? But yes, is this just because I told you Cyclops wasn't my favorite X-Men? Is that what I'm being punished for? We'll see how that looks when I paint it. Maybe I want to do some filler or something there. We shall see. Right, and we're almost painting. We're also going to have to figure out how to make something like this, unless I have a pair of old sunglasses or something. We're going to take some metal bits and we're going to bend them and we're going to put them in here so you can just do this with the mask, basically, is the plan. So you can just go like and slip it on. You know what, you could actually take a plastic, this see-through plastic, and make a thin line of it on the inside here, just to make it keep the shape. Yeah, and I don't know when I'm going to be leaving, so I don't know how much shopping I will have time to do. So we'll, but that's not a problem. We'll solve that somehow. That is still, your fridge status report has been received and acknowledged. Thank you very much for that. Because if I, well, yeah, put a piece of plastic in here. Don't really have to do that right now, though. What I need to do right now is to put some masking tape. Yeah, meat, cheese, and milk. All you ever need. Well, probably not. You probably need a lot more stuff as well, but anyway. Gammon, thank you. That's the name. Yes, it's basically the same thing. Thank you, Mel. Now I don't have to go extra super crazy trying to remember it, because I don't want to stand googling food right now in the middle of the stream, you know. because I looked up that before for some reason. For no particular reason. Oh yeah, because it sounded like a German thing, so I like googled where it came from, and then like got that extra gammon info. When I did that. Well, I like eggs, so I probably wouldn't mind. The other person in chat talking about this food is not too keen on it though, so I am not sure it would be a hit. Just masking off the see-through part. I wonder if I could mask everything else and just dust that with some red. I have a solution for the LED lights and stuff anyway that I'm gonna try out. It's just like with everything else in this build, slightly untested. So we'll see how cool or not it's going to be. Ooh, 75% off. That is sweet, sweet music. The backside doesn't have to be yellow all the way, so we're just gonna widely put some masking tape over the inside of the, because we still don't want the, because I'm gonna prime most of it, so we still don't want the see-through plastic to get any primer on it. But we also don't really care too much about the inside. Tape really don't like sticking to the foam on the inside here where it's this smooth apparently. Well, we'll see about that. I got more tape. There we go. Alright, to do this I'm gonna use a wrapper can paint, so I'm not gonna do that in here. I'm gonna do that in my paint room, and that means I'm gonna put that to be right back screen for the first time today. I will be right Doopy 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 doo. Doopy 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 doo doo. What did you say that I can see in the dark mode? Ah, Brush is talking about you. Coolio. Is he talking about your cool shrooms and how cool you are? Because he should. Okay, so this coloring, red coloring experiment. I don't know if this will ever dry, but if we do this, if we can get it to dry like this, actually, it will be super annoying to look through, but hey, maybe that's why Cyclops is so cranky all the time. He's getting tired of seeing everything in red, or else he's just angry because he's seeing everything in red. I don't know. There's a red seeing joke in there somewhere. I don't know. Well, right now we are literally waiting for paint to dry. I can see the... well, so I'm gonna need to hit it with another layer of primer, I think. It's a bit fuzzy in some places. I wish I would have maybe sanded it more. I wish I would have had some white plastic dip left. So, well, it's not plastic dip, but it's the same thing, basically. My white rubber paint is out. Otherwise, I could have put some white rubber paint on it and it will even it out more than the filler does. So we'll see. We will see how the results turn out. It's gonna be a prop to hang on the wall in the end anyway. That's for sure. So what do we build while we are waiting? Because there's gonna be more waiting for paint to dry, that is for sure. So chat, what should we make? We can't really make anything big and elaborate because we don't have the time or space or materials. Do we just do another mask of some kind, or do we... no, because then I would have to just look at pictures and like cut things. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna, if it's not too late today when I finished, I might cut out the pieces. Otherwise I'll cut them out tomorrow before the stream. But yeah, thank you for reminding me. That is very nice. So I do not forget this. I mean, putting them together will not take that long, so... Because I thought I'd cut out the main parts and then I'll just bring some tools with me that I think I need, and then I'll do it at home. And then we can let people, because I realized that you don't really need... The metal bits aren't a problem, because there are some of those that doesn't have metal rings here. They have like, they're just... There's holes in this front loop, and then the straps from the side just go in and back and are sewn, so we don't need so many. And for the few little metal things, we definitely have enough keychain rings, and I might have a clasp or two, depending on how many we need, that we can use as well. So we should be good. You know what? Let's make a silly little thing. Yeah, there's stuff and things. Because I don't think Cyclops will get any LEDs today, that's for sure. But I kind of want to play around with some LEDs because it's always fun. But we will definitely keep doing the Cyclops thing until it's done. It's not like we're gonna abandon the poor lad. Oh, should this have been longer? Nah, we'll work it out. We can actually work it out this way. Okay. I'm just doing things now. I'm not even gonna explain what I'm doing. And then we're gonna that angle of the plastic bit is too. So it's gonna make like a thingy. But that's just way too well. Actually, I can put it out here. Yeah, that works. Because we're gonna put more stuff on the back, and then the plan, of course. Paper clips. What do you explain more to me? What doings you will do? You see that? And since it's red, it must mean I'm a bad guy. Because only bad guys uses red lights. Crazy. Okay, it wasn't for me even. Maybe if you read the whole sentence, I was like, what do you want that for? Are you using my chat to teach people things now? Is that what this has become? A place where people can come and learn about shrooms? Is that what you want me to become? I am so happy about that. You knew that was coming, right? You must have known. You must have known. So we can put this like so. Yeah. And then the LED goes in here, and then we'll put a button in the back, and in between that we'll put yeah, good. I just wanted to make sure that you really were on that track. Of course the battery is not going to get stuck like this then, because then you can't turn it on off and on. It's got done strong this way actually, and the point is of course that we are going to make some marks into this plastic. Like so, and let's make a line that way, and then when we nobody will see this, but you can see it catches the ridges and everything. And this is basically what we're going to do for the Cyclops one in the end, but we're going to use this side, so you get that glowy. Because this really sharp edge, if you put that inside the Cyclops mask, it's gonna go poppin', poppin', I tell ya. It's gonna go poppin'. You can see extremely much on the camera, but it catches these ridges very well. You can put this on any mask or helmet or whatever you want and go around and look pretty cool. Especially if you like dim your lights. Oh my god, what kind of household do you live in that doesn't even have... Oh wait, never mind. It's just us that's weird and have all the things. Because things... Like, why don't you have 12 different sizes of steel threads lying around? Oh my god. It's been a bit runny, but let's... This earpiece is a little bit fuzzy. We'll see if that comes. This is a primer, so it's sandable. So we'll, I'll get another layer. You can see it bleeding through a bit there, but I think with a few more covers that will be sealed in. But yeah, let's get another layer of white on this thing. Yeah, I know, I didn't put up a beer bash screen or anything. I just left you all. Okay, let's plug in a hot glue gun then. Let's get some hot glue. No. Hot glue in here as well. Because I'm going to put some glue in here. I'm going to take out the lead, put in some glue so this gets stuck. And then we will put the lead in back and glue the lead in at the same time, basically. And for a button and things, we're gonna take an old flashlight. I got this from, well, it's not my job anymore. My last place where I worked, these were used for tourists, so they could borrow them. And Once they broke down, I asked if I could have the broken ones, and I got them. And there's 9 LEDs in here. That alone makes it worth it. There's also this amazing battery pack for three AAA batteries. Not gonna need that now. A very cool metal greebly bit that you can use for whatever. And then we get a cool little spring that we might be able to get out, but mostly, see if we can. There we go. Nice little cool spring. So far we have, well, we have a flashlight, but we have a cool blue greebly. We have another cool greebly with 9 LEDs that you can take out and solder off and use for whatever. Pretty strong LEDs for this, for the flashlight. We have that, and then we have my favorite bit. We're just gonna have to do some aggressive opening of the backside. It's not really meant to be open, to be fair, because behind this here is the little thing that goes click. There's a little push button behind it that turns on and off the flashlight. Yeah, gun barrels, you know, cybernetic thing, well, helmet thingies, lightsabers, whatever, you know. It's a billion different things. For my Necromunda terrain maybe as well. And I have some blue, I have some red, I have some black, I have some that are chrome, so there's a color choice as well. God, these are almost unbreakable, but not quite. We can actually, because this plastic bit is not a part of it, it's just it's some sort of a membrane that's there, so it will not get jerked out as easy. And it seems to be working, which is interesting, because the rest of this is just pretty cheap, crappy stuff. Come on, plastic bit. Get out of here. You're in the way. I want the treasures that are in here. Open up. Here we go. It's a very tight fitting thing. And then we have another metal thingy, which is the ring thingy. We have the actual rubber button thingy, but mostly we have this. One metal bit on one side, one metal bit on the other side. So attach this to one of these, this other side to the battery, and then a cable from there, from the other side of the battery to this. And you can, we can use this as well if we want to. We could use this for this build if we want to. We could have just poked away the plastic and let this whole thing stay. We can still do that. We can put this back there if we want to. And squeeze this in, and we can actually use this as a button for this. Which is actually not a good, bad idea. Now let's see how Cyclops is doing back there. Poor little Cyclops. I knew him so well. Okay, this is dry. Let's well, it's not dry on the tape, but it doesn't matter because that's not where we want to be anyway. And as this is a primer, oh, that's bleeding through all the way. That's pretty amazing. And that's just a ballpoint pen. I guess we're gonna have to put some clear coat or something over there before making any other coloring attempts. Still not very smooth, but that's a thing we might have to live with now. Maybe we should just weather these up like crazy and call him post-apocalyptic Cyclops. Let's vote on that. What do you think? Are we making a squeaky clean Cyclops, or is he gonna be doomed to wander the cursed earth? You may now decide the fate of Cyclops the Wanderer or something. I don't know. I don't know. What do you guys think? Squeaky clean or doomed wanderer? Doomed! Well, somebody likes Doom too much. Of course I do. That's why I let you guys choose his face. It's not my fault anymore. But you know what that means? That means we should put some black paint on this now, because then we're gonna put some metal paints on it. We could make a crack in the glass and just make it like somebody found what's left of the poor man, I suppose. Oh, hello, look there. Mr. Black Paint. I don't want to paint on my cutting board. So, let's you want to go for a ride? Well, you ain't got no choice now, because you're going for a ride. Warning for moving camera. What is... Oh, the Dremel wants to kind of tag along, and that's not a thing that I will support. Sorry, Dremel. Yes, computer, I disconnected you. Poor little you. Poor little you. You'll get some power. Give it a moment. So welcome back to the painting table. There's some Blood Bowl miniatures here that I'm painting for tonight. But we don't need to mess around with those guys. Alright, I think the camera is in more or less a good place now. Oh, I want to show you something. because I have my brushes, well, a set of my brushes hanging here, and I just want to show you because I think it's really neat. Well, that's upside down for you, sorry. Let's go camera, there we go. This is just upholstery foam that's been cut through, and then you can just squeeze in your brushes. So they're hanging upside down, so no water runs up into the thingies and do the bad thingies. Right, here we go, a paper palette. I love having this like mobile rig. I mean, I guess I don't have to have the camera, well, I have to have the computer plugged in, to be honest, because it's a laptop, so it's actually running on batteries for a while at least. I don't have the chat with me though, so I'm gonna have to go and I have to go and get you guys. Here we go. Come on, chats. I know you're not seeing me talking to the chat thingy, but doesn't matter. I'll just put you down there then. Hello, chat. Doomed. Okay. It wasn't supposed to be a doomed guy. He was supposed to be a happy, chirpy guy. But now you have doomed him. I want this to be black then, simply because I'm going to paint a metal color on this. And that will not show off well on a white base. And goodbye to the blue line as well. I should put on a glove so I don't get all sticky. Wasteland Cyclops. Well, I kind of like that actually. I'm not gonna lie. It wasn't the original plan. I promise. But now that we got that really interesting texture here back here, I thought, hell, why not? Why not? So I'm just see if I can raise you up a bit. Just trying to not brush on too much because the stippling will not give the same weird brush strokes that you get. You can see that we have here. We're just gonna stipple over that part as well. And the same thing with the metal color, we're gonna stipple on that so we get like, because then we get like this light texture on the metal. And what that means is that it's going to show off better because it's going to reflect more light, is what I'm trying to say and failing to say in so many ways. Well, I did say it now, so I guess I didn't fail. I don't know. Just using the table as a table, practically enough, and supporting the bits. Is it nap time? Nap time? Who needs a nap? Are you tired, Mitch? You need to go and take a nap? Then you should go and take a nap. Definitely. Because when it comes to you, only you know if it truly knows if it's nap time or not. Funny story, we're going to have to hit this with the white primer after we have done the metal. and then we're gonna rattle can yellow it, and then we will, yeah. So is this what prop making with the pixel is gonna be forever? It's like, oh look how pretty this is. Now we're gonna trash it so it looks like it's been through World War 19. And on the edge we will add a little heart made that looks like it's made by a 5-year-old once they sat down next to their dying mother in the wastelands. Yes! Welcome to the stream. Yeah, kind of. We're gonna leave the camera because we're gonna paint more. Right now it's hanging dingling over there. Or should we leave the computer and the camera over here, or should we go back? What time is it? It's just 6 o'clock. We have plenty of time. We have all the time in the world. I could go and put back my hammer. Oh, I can leave you with the latest of these cyberpunk masks, which doesn't have a strap on it yet. There we go. Orangey red, yellow striped. One day I'm gonna roll the camera all the way out there so you can see the other thingies. But right now it's a mystery out there, except for Entea, of course, who has been here. There are some splotches of paint that are not dry. Yeah, ooh, orangey red. It's a little bit more red than you see on camera right now. Let's see, how does it? Yeah, there we go. It's a bit more red and then orange than it looks here. But yeah, more wasteland. Everything here is a wasteland. We're gonna stop making terrain one day, and we're just gonna do, well, we can do wasteland terrain, I guess. That's fun. Keeping with the theme, kind of what I'm sort of doing already with the Necromunda build that we're doing on terrain days. This brush holds a lot of paint and water, but that's why this table looks like it does. And that's why I have this, because that's how the table looks, right? It's not this. Oh yeah, everything is super bright and set white now because we're under the lights again. We're out of the shadows, guys. We are out of the shadows. Out of the shadows and into the light. Getting ready for the eternal fight. I can't do much more than that because that's a song lyric, so somebody's gonna come and nick me in the head if I keep doing that. Oh, that's a lot of paint. That's probably a lot more paint than we actually need. I could use another glove maybe. Love, 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 love. So this didn't turn out as expected. Actually, now that we got some black paint on it, I want to have a look at it. It's still some texturing, not from the paint, but from the sanding and stuff like that. So, yeah. We're gonna get paint in my face now. Probably. I just wanna. Of course, I can't see so much out from it. I still want to have these bend in more, if we're gonna be honest. But I have this pattern and I've learned like a lot of this, so I'm definitely gonna do a squeaky clean one of these, no matter what you think Pixel does. I'm gonna make it squeaky clean. One of these days, you'll see. Oh, 6 today, yeah, that's tired. I understand that you can be tired. And I'm just gonna do this whole thing metal, because then with the masking agent we can choose where we want it to pop out more rather than choosing that now. So we're just gonna stipple this with some hmm 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 Amsterdam acrylics tin, which has, well, it's tin colored, so it's not like shiny steel or like super silvery. It has this sort of hint of yellow in some lights, and that automatically like creates some depth for us. And depth, and to get things to look shiny. Because painting metal, whoa, painting metal on full scale things is not like painting with the paints, normal colors. Because normal colors you don't need to do highlights or shadows. You can increase the shadows and stuff a bit, but you generally don't need to because it's full scale. So the lights in the room will cast shadows and stuff on with it. You know, because it's, I'm not highlighted, I'm not painted highlighted. I have light portions and dark portions of my skin because of where the lights are. But if you do metal, it's not really looking as metal, so you might have to do, especially highlights, paint some highlights over edges and stuff to really, with a really much lighter color, just to make it look more realistic metal, because just metal paints doesn't necessarily do that. So in full scale you might, depending also on your undersurface, what you're painting on, of course how smooth that is and so on, and how that reads as metal. But yeah, you might need to highlight your stuff if you paint full scale true metal stuff. Because it kind of gives you, this kind of gives you that yeah, on camera this looks really much like metal. In reality it's got like a metal color, but it doesn't really read super much as metal. Not making things squeaky clean, however, in case you wanted to do that, help me focus on the warrior priest thingy, this doesn't really help by the way, but it's fine, so I don't care. Okay, I'm just cleaning out the brush a bit so it doesn't go bad. Don't want the brush to go bad, eh? And then we will hang this down again in front of the heating fan, so this will dry really quick. So we can start toothpasting it and then go and rattle can it a couple of times. But that means we don't have to be over here anymore. So let's crawl back into the shadows and the darkness where we all belong. Let's plug in the computer. There we go. Welcome back to the shadow domains. And if I want to communicate with, well, if I want to read your communications, I'm going to go and have to collect the chat. The whole chat. And nothing but the chat. And that also means we don't really need hot glue gun right now. Because this project will also have to wait, because now we're going the fast route, I guess. But yeah, this is also something to do. We could actually, while the hot glue gun is still, hot, smear in some glue in here, and squeeze in our lead into the glue. Do a quick check, see that it works, because that's gonna get stuck in there pretty good. And just can push it in until it stops. Push it in until it stops. So it's flush against the plastic here. And it's gonna work fine. Yeah, every time I do something not squeaky clean, then I get this urge to just design my own character for the cosplay competition. But I also really want to do the warrior priest, because I think that will be super awesome. It's a bit out of my comfort zone. I mean, he's gonna be weathered. He's just not gonna be wasteland weathered. He's definitely not gonna be squeaky clean, because he's gonna be in battle. He's a bloody warrior priest. That's what he is. You can see the texture here. Then I have to figure out a better way to do the visor thingy. Also, that's just over a centimeter and a half. That's good, because then we know. Because when we're making this and making it super squeaky, we're gonna make it super squeaky. Not this one, but we're gonna make a super squeaky one. Then we know. Then we know the measurements. Right. Toothpaste time. Time for some minty freshness. Oh, this is the unopened one. I wonder where the opened one is. Doesn't really matter. Nothing else matters. Let's open this baby up. Squeeze out some toothpaste. And let's get to work. So where the I haven't actually. Sometimes it's a good plan to seal, like having a dull coat or something on the metal first, because we might be removing some of the metal paints when we're brushing off this toothpaste in a while, but if we do that, we can always go back and reinforce the metal colors with some more metal colors, of course. I guess that's the place where it's gonna be then. Destiny has chosen you. So how is the shrooming going? Are we gonna have like an army of Shroom Hill people soon? Are you planning on taking over the world? Or what's going on? Everybody's so quiet, so I get curious. If you don't mind. Ah, she's on doggo walk, I see. Doggo walk. Well, I have heard such beings needs the walks. Ah, you've been cleaning up from the old paint making mixing, I see. That makes sense. Alright. Time for me to skedoodle and do the priming. And then I'll come back and hang this up to dry here, and then after that I will go back and rattle can yellow spray this, and then we will clean it up. Hello there, Earthlings. You are now under my domain, and you know all that bad stuff. I don't know. Does robot overlords, cyber overlords, have evil laughs? Do they? I don't know. This one does. Sometimes you just have to put on your fanciest hat, you know. Sometimes you just have to put on the fanciest hat. I really need to hook up the LEDs in that one, because it has LEDs, but the cabling is a bit of a mess, so I'm gonna have to figure that bother, have time, figure out, I don't know. I need to do the things, okay? I need to do the things with it. Actually, we could just glue this like this. Doing all the buildings at the same time, that's the way to go, I hear. Yeah, that's gonna actually work out. And then we can put some greebly stuff there. It's gonna be fun. Let's have a look. Are you dry yet? That seems dry enough. Let's go back to this pretty little Be Right Back screen. Here we go, 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 go. I always think that I'm gonna take it easy today and I'm not gonna put things everywhere, and now there's things everywhere. So tomorrow I'm gonna have to clean off this bench for the terrain stream, but that's okay. Because eventually I'm gonna build a bench, another bench in here, so I can have more stuff standing around, basically. And that means I can like have a couple of stations for streaming stuff just stand there to be ready. Basically, yes, yes. So now we're waiting for the paint to dry. Once again, waiting for the paint to dry. Ah, it's still very shiny. Grrr. Grrr. But this is good because that means that we are gonna. Cause I'm gonna want to put a LED into this anyway, even if it's a wasteland Cyclops thing. But we'll continue this with some other stuff next week anyway, because why not? And then we're gonna look into eventually making squeaky clean. For example, doing the earmuff thingies, I went a bit backwards with it and sanded it from on the outside. I should have sanded on the inside and then heat shaped it into the shape I wanted. For example, it's just one of the many things we could have done. But that's the fun part. We learn. So basically, yeah. I will see if I can't get some of that 6mm floor mats. I need to get some new foam anyway, somehow, from somewhere. The square puzzle pieces are good from Biltema because they're cheaper there. Otherwise, you can go to Jula and they have like this roll of a mat that's 6mm, so you can get some thinner foams. Come on, paint, dry. Dry. Why won't you dry? Why won't you dry, you silly paint? Yeah, and then eventually, hopefully within a couple of weeks from now, we're gonna have the first stream where we show stuff I'm working on for the cosplay. Of course, that however will be built mostly off camera. I will document everything. I might even film everything. I think it could be a fun thing to have. Could be a... Phew. My hair is not yet long enough to actually put up properly. But soon. No, but I think it would be nice to have like a this is the cosplay video, like behind the scenes and stuff. Also, I still need, and since it's for the competition, I'm gonna need a hell of a lot of work in progress pictures and stuff like that. Oh, hi, still here. Just happened to take a step out of the camera. Do 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 do. Waiting. I really want to draw like one of those big dryer cabinet thingies. Maybe okay, this guy. It's just yeah. So if we would have done this squeaky clean, a couple of more layers of this yellow color, and this would have been squeaky, squeakly yellow. Oh, it's very pale. Oh yeah, I changed. Gosh darn it, I didn't change back the light since we moved back into the shadow. There we go, a bit better anyway. Not quite. Batteries, I don't know. It's okay anyway. Right. And for you who doesn't have seen this before, the toothpaste is still soft under here. So if we just break that paint and go on with a bit of water, and use a fairly soft brush for this, and then we can just dissolve that and remove that, and the metal paints, yeah, we're removing quite a bit of the metal paints. I was afraid of that, but yeah, I guess we'll have to paint in some more metal paints then. So there's your lesson learned for today. I hope, chat, if you're gonna do this method, make sure to seal your metal layer. Yeah, you can see there's some spots of metal left, but most of it is actually just foam with small particles of like glittery metal shavings in it. It actually removed quite a lot of the metal, more than I would have expected. But anyway, clear coat or matte coat your metal layers, and you don't have to go in and remake so much. Of course, this is not a really huge task in this case because it's not a big thing that we're making. I mean, if you're doing this at home, do this in the sink and just have some running water maybe, because I'm gonna have to go to the sink and clean this off anyway, so we get rid of all the foamy stuff from the toothpaste. That would be a cool cosplay though, actually. Fallout Cyclops crossover thingy. Like have a vault jumpsuit and stuff, a Pip-Boy on your arms, and like having like a wasteland version of Cyclops' mask. Could do like a whole gang could just do like post-apocalyptic Fallout X-Men. That would be really cool. Don't wait too long until you start removing your toothpaste either. Like, don't leave this until tomorrow, because it's gonna harden. You're gonna have to really be aggressive to get it off. Huh? Seal your metal layer, check, yeah. Or your under layer if you want that. In my case, I like it to be metal, so you can bring out some metal sheen, put some brown washes on it, make it look a little bit rusty and worn. I think we'll leave the masking tape on the visor until we're completely done, because we don't want to unnecessarily weather that part. Alright, here we go. Wasteland Cyclopsy thing. Let's go and rinse this off. We will put him over with the dryings, so the mask can dry while we are prepping. We are prepping. For the fun part. Alright, the fun part. And that would then, of course, be the painting of the mud and scraps and blah. Blah. It's funny. We find a suitable pot of dirty water, because we don't need clean water. Clean water is for people who do squeaky cleans. And according to the rumors, at least, Pixel doesn't really do squeaky clean if he has the option. And you know, if it's totally up to me, that is probably in most cases true. I do tend to like it a bit messy. And this should be dry very soon now, because it's just water. We can just take some paper towels. Don't forget to bring a towel. And we can just dibbity dabbity doobity 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 doo off the excess water. And if there's a little bit water that messes with our paint, it's kind of okay, because oh gosh, Pixel, you forgot some toothpaste back here. That's not good, sir. Let's remove that. And apparently it just works well with just wiping off the toothpaste as well. Making a mental note of that to experiment a little bit. The reason why I like the white primer is because you get cracks in the paint and stuff like this. So it looks very, very natural in its destruction. Alright. Raw umber. Oh yeah, maybe I should have asked you to look for some raw umber actually. That is running low. Yes, gently over the edges first. Start off the dirtification. And I mean all the... Oh, be right back, you need coffee? Yeah? I mean all the edges. Basically. Even from the bottom and up, we're going to do the same thing. Because we're going to start building this sort of streaking that goes on. Water runs in here, it gets collected a little bit and brings rust with it when it goes down. And especially around this eyepiece then, because that's a deep recess for water to gather in. You can stipple on like there's been splatters of mud. You can go in and wipe it around. You can basically dry brush the whole thing and just go back and forth and do all the things. Do all the things and change out what you don't like, but just keep working on it. Because even if I wipe up a lot of this, there is still like some left in the depth, because we have some textures going on as well. That in this case it helps us out quite a lot, or could, at least if we want to. Let's make some just think where water would gather if it runs down the mask, because usually that's what creates these streaks and everything. So if it runs down here, it collects here, and it's going to actually run through this whole line more or less. So we're going to have to dirty it up quite a lot there. And don't forget from the underside. Might feel a bit counterintuitive because it kind of looks like it's wider here and then smaller upwards, and it is. But when water runs down, it stops here and it pools a bit before it continues, and that means you are going to get like these wide bits down and the tops going up. So it's all right. Yeah, I should go back with some metal into the black area so it doesn't look like that. Maybe, I don't know. Looks like an undercolor of some kind, maybe more. because there's some metal sparkles in it. Yay! Learning all the secrets how to ship a shrooms. Shroomsy shippings. And it doesn't seem like it, but there's quite a lot of pigments left in this brush. And I haven't really refilled it anything. And then we have the other brush, there we go, to start. And here we can use quite watered down paint to do the streaking. And just very, very carefully, don't smack it in, don't just touch it and throw it down. Leave it a bit and then you can start, oh actually I like that, otherwise you can just wipe it off. You don't have to, you shouldn't have too strong of a color in the streaks. And if you want to have that, you should do it in like, go back and redo it and not paint in the same part the whole time. So you get a color variation. There is a metal shine in this dark foam areas that I actually like a lot. And just think, where would streaking happen? Why is it there a streak here? Don't just put things down randomly. Have some sort of plan at least, or try and think about it at least. Like here, you can even see there is still water in here. There's water pooling in that corner, so the inside here is going to have a lot of brown in it. But here, water has obviously run down, it's worn off the color, and it's hard to see on camera, but there is a layer difference because of the primer has a thickness. So the water would pool down here a little bit and then like run down. And maybe not that wide, but we'll leave that, and once it starts to dry we will wipe off and we'll get some really nice trails going there. Same thing here, the water will run into this crack and then maybe at some points it will just start to flow out. At the bottom here we can definitely have streaks, several of them if you want to. Here water runs in here, runs along the crack and gathers up here, and then it runs down. Comes from both sides. Oh, Natalo, welcome, welcome. Thank you for that follow. That is very kind of you. Welcome to the stream. I am Pixel. Thank you. Yeah, it was gonna be like a squeaky clean real Cyclops mask, but I got some textures because I was a little bit sloppy. So I got some textures that I didn't want. So I asked the chat if he would be a squeaky clean Cyclops or if he would be doomed to walk the wasteland, and they voted doomed. Also, I really love making this kind of paint jobs, so I guess they were kind to me. But thank you very much. Oh, it is a known friend. Hello, known friend. Well, as I have said on a number of occasions now, anybody who is a friend of Studio Hentea is a friend of mine. So, very welcome into the stream. I am very glad to have you here. And I'm even more happy now that you are a friend. You're an actual friend that I don't know yet. Oh, and you stream. Oh, yeah. Thank you for that. Well, it's good to have a mod that knows what's going on. Yeah, so we turned it into, I don't know, Wasteland Cyclops, I guess. Oh, yeah. In here, water is going to run quite heavily in here. So very watered down, almost like a wash of brown in here. And then go back with the brush, wipe things out and just remove most of it, but we're gonna get this nice line that we will get there, because that's the dirt will get stuck. And then just don't be afraid to smear things with your fingers, because that's how things would be smeared in real life, right? That's what happens. People remove masks, put on masks, do mask things. I don't know what mask things are, but people do them, I'm sure. Like mice. Oh, who doesn't like mice? Rodents in general are awesome. Just thinning out the paint and sort of blending it in a little bit so it doesn't. We don't really want any super sharp edges, basically. So this is gonna be drying a bit now. You just tap that. You can see there's a well, I guess yeah, you can. There's like a thin line around it where the paint has dried first, and that gives you that really sort of natural worn look. Let's dirty up the whole bottom a bit. And then just smooth it out, smush it around, put some more on, leave it for a while, come back. I think we're gonna have to remove the masking tape now, because we need to get into the recesses. Yeah. Oh yeah. I think I do. I think I do somewhere. But since this is basically my go-to brown for weathering, as you yourself pointed out about not so squeaky clean then. But yeah, this edge needs some serious care. Don't be worried if you like brush things here. Just take a wet brush, remove some of it, maybe use it to create some streaks. Just don't try not to leave too many places, at least with a strong presence of a color, like with the clear marked lines and stuff like that, because it can end up looking really fake. And while this is fake, we're trying to get it to be not fake. I'm actually gonna smear some so it actually goes onto the glasses around as well, because the glass part wouldn't be squeaky clean. Why would it? We can like dirty that down, and then maybe somebody has wiped it off with a rag, because you know people tend to want to be able to see stuff. And drawing in on places where you already have is really good, because you're building up different coverage with the paint, so it looks also more realistic. If paint runs in one place a lot, or if something runs in a place a lot, it's not gonna look the same all the time. So you get sometimes it's a lot of water and it's wider, and then it's a little water and it's a little bit less, and you can paint back and forth between the different sizes, because that will just add to realism anyway. Okay, so just enough for Becky. Okay, that's good. What time is it? It's almost 7. Yeah, because I can't really go into Coop with all my stuff so much, so because I don't want to try and pack more things into the bag, basically. Yeah, some good settings for to hold it in place, and this side desperately needs to be bent in a bit. So we'll see if we can heat here a bit, or if how we're gonna solve that. Yeah, and you have actually there's cappuccino if you want some coffee drinking in the morning, I would say. Let me have a look at you in better lights. Some touches of metal in the dark areas before we're done, actually, and then we will have to see if about bending those in a bit, even though it's painted. Not gonna. It's a little bit dark, maybe. Not gonna like paint on. I'm just gonna dab and not cover completely, and try not to go out to the edges here with the metal color, because I just want to sort of get some more sparkling in there, and then we'll put a little bit of brown lightly on top of the metal so it will look dirty like the rest of it. And the next week we'll put some LEDs in this, see what else we're gonna figure out to do, or if I have gotten foam, we might start on the warrior priest cosplay thingy. We can do that anyway, because I'm gonna have to make a book as well. So I'm gonna see if I have some good papers that I can use to make a book with, actually. A little bit of metal shininess. Here we go. Yeah. And then some very watered down raw umber, because it will shine through a lot. Look way more metallic than before, even though it had some areas of metallicness to it. And I'm just dabbing it around with my finger, simply because when things are handled, they behave like dirt and stuff behaves in a specific way when it's touched and you or anything. So actually touching the object is not really gonna hurt anyway. You're gonna have to clean your hands afterwards, but you probably have to do that anyway after building something like this, or building whatever actually. This is absolutely not what I thought I would end up with by the end of today. That doesn't mean I'm not happy with it. It's just surprising. I'm gonna do the crazy banana thing now, and I am going to see if I can heat shape it without ruining too much of the paint. I mean, if we get some cracks in the paint, wasteland. You're nearly back here, or you're nearly back when we're nearing the end zone here. That's good. That's cool. And I'm also experiencing something that I've never experienced before. The smell of warm, super warm toothpaste. That's a bit weird one. And now I am just holding it like in so they will cool down and stay. I mean, I don't mind if they stay this exaggerated. I just want them to squeeze around my head. That's perfect. Because that means when I'm taking this apart and putting this on, I become Wasteland Cyclops. It doesn't even really need anything to hold on to my head because it's so light. I mean, if I start to move around, it's gonna fall down, so it definitely needs something. But yeah, Cyclops Wasteland version. Cyclops Wasteland. Yeah, and you see it forms back a little bit when I wear it, so that's pretty good for this side. And I'm very happy with how the fitting turned out. Considering, I mean, if you have been here all the whole time, you saw it. I made this pattern. I estimated this from the reference pictures, and I made this pattern today in front of this camera. And now they really look like headphones. Maybe for trolleys, maybe not for my head. You have decided. I'm gonna show you. Okay. Cool. That wasn't for me, I suppose. Yes. What time do we have? We have 7. Well, that's our 5 hours then. I mean, I like this. I could do more stuff, but I also need to eat and I also need to sit down. So I'm gonna do the, let's see who is online now and who we can raid. Raid! Who do I know? Well, I know Brush is online. Nailing the Reaper's growth, the sand-based fire. I mean, that's the question. Do we wanna raid back to where we wanna hang, or do we wanna raid somebody who needs some people? I think we'll just we'll settle with going to Brush today. Let's head on over to the Brush. All right, a bunch new followers today. That's always nice. A bunch of new people and some of the old favorites coming back as well. Also very nice, of course. So thank you. Yeah, we're going home to the Brushlings. I'm bringing you back. I have borrowed you Brushlings for long enough. And for you who don't know, that Brush for Hire is a full-time commission artist. He streams 5 days a week here on Twitch, like 9 hours a day. It's a super chill place to hang. He's absolutely bonkers and crazy and absolutely fantastic. And the chat is made up of just fantastic people as well. Yeah, so thanks for all the new follows, and thank you Avocado for the shared 48 bits. Thank you all for hanging here. Thank you for the lurks. For you have said you have lurked, and thank you if you were here lurking for a moment, or if you've been following us the whole day. I don't know. Everybody counts. Everybody's important. You are all appreciated a lot. But now it is time for me to go and drop you off at this crazy dude named Sean. He likes bananas. For a guy who likes bananas. Yeah. Yeah, and it was nice of you to drop in and for the follow. Very nice. Thank you very much. Yeah, he likes bananas, but he also likes to eat bananas in brutal ways, so it's a bit weird. I don't know. No. Yeah, indeed. I'm just gonna click right now. Thank you, everybody. Hopefully I will see you again, maybe tomorrow or next week or whenever you want to and have time to drop by. Hello. Oh, thank you. Ah, it's just fantastic computer.